everyone, and welcome to Prompt Engineering Full Course by Simplilearn. Prompt engineering is becoming one of the most exciting and valuable skills in the AI world. It's all about learning how to communicate with AI models like ChatGPT, Claude, or even Gemini in a way that gets you exactly the results you want. So whether it's writing code, creating content, solving problems, or even building tools, in this course we'll show you how prompt engineering is changing the game in content creation, productivity, and even automation. From helping marketers write better ad copy to assisting developers with clean working code, this skill is unlocking. Repeat. Course, you'll see why prompt engineering isn't just about asking AI questions, it's all about giving it super instructions that bring your ideas to life. But before we move on, if you're interested in mastering the future of technology, the Simplilearn Professional Certificate course in Generative AI and Machine Learning is your perfect opportunity for you. Offered in collaboration with the ENICT Academy, IIT Kanpur, this 11-month live and interactive program provides hands-on expertise in cutting areas like generative AI, machine learning, and tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and even Hugging Face. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Hello and welcome to ChatGPT Prompt Engineering course. This course is designed to equip you with the skills to craft effective prompts and optimize AI generated responses. We begin with an introduction to prompt engineering, explaining its significance and how structured prompts improve AI interaction. Next, we will dive into the essential components of an effective prompt, covering clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and examples to ensure precise and relevant outputs. Moving forward, we will explore some real-world application and prompt patterns, demonstrating how prompt engineering enhances content creation, coding assistance, customer support, and data analysis. You will also learn different prompting techniques, including instruction-based, example-driven, fill-in-the-blank, and step-by-step prompts. To help you refine your skills, we will discuss common prompting errors such as vague instruction, excessive detail, and poor formatting, along with hands-on exercises to improve AI responses. Finally, we will cover advanced prompting techniques, including zero-shot, few-shot, and chain-of-thought prompting, which are essential for guiding AI through complex problem solving and improving accuracy in real-world scenarios. By the end of this course, you will be able to write powerful, structured prompts that maximize AI efficiency across various domains. So let's begin. The first is Introduction to Prompt Engineering. So prompt engineering is a crucial skill in the realm of artificial intelligence, especially when interacting with large language models like ChatGPT. It involves crafting well-structured prompts to guide AI responses effectively, whether for content creation, automation, or problem solving. A well-engineered prompt ensures accurate and relevant output. Prompt engineering is not just about writing commands. It's about communicating intent clearly to the AI. The way a prompt is phrased can significantly influence the AI response. The more precise and structured prompt is, the better the result will be. This is why businesses, developers, and content creators must invest time in refining their prompt writing technique. So now let's see what is prompt engineering actually is. Prompt engineering refers to the process of designing and refining prompts to achieve desired responses from AI models. The effectiveness of AI-generated content depends largely on how well the prompt is structured. By understanding how language models interpret inputs, users can enhance AI's efficiency in performing various tasks. So let's take an example. Consider AI-powered customer support chatbot. A poorly structured prompt will look like this: help the customer with their issue. So here you can see it is giving answer like, sure, could you please provide the details of the customer issue, such as the product or service they are facing problem with, any other messages, or any relevant order or account information, if applicable. A well-engineered prompt like this analyze the customer issue based on previous conversation history and suggest a step-by-step troubleshooting process before escalating to a human agent. So now it will analyze the customer issue based on the context we have and more specifics about their problem. And it will give you a step-by-step troubleshooting process that can be followed, as you can see on the image. So the AI now has clear instruction to follow, improving the chances of generating a relevant and actionable response. So now let's move forward and see what is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an advanced AI language model developed by OpenAI that uses natural language processing (NLP) to generate human-like text responses. So it is based on the GPT, generative pre-trained transformer architecture, as you can see on the screen. So this GPT architecture, which enables it to understand, interpret, and generate text based on the user inputs, as you can see on the image. I wrote here what is machine learning in one line. So it gave me the answer. So ChatGPT can assist in various tasks, including answering questions, writing content, summarizing text, generating code, and even engaging in interactive conversation. So powered by deep learning, ChatGPT predicts and generates text by analyzing vast amount of data, making it highly effective for automation, brainstorming, and problem solving. It supports multiple industries including education, customer support, content creation, and programming. So the model continuously improves through fine-tuning and user feedback, allowing it to provide more relevant and accurate responses. Whether for personal or professional use, ChatGPT is a powerful AI assistant designed to enhance productivity and streamline communication. So in the next unit, we will see essential components of effective prompts. So prompt engineering is the practice of carefully crafting inputs to guide an AI model towards generating precise, relevant, and meaningful responses. So a well-structured prompt can significantly improve the quality of output, making AI responses more accurate, concise, and aligned with user expectations. So to create an effective prompt, you must consider several key elements including clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and with different examples. So each of these plays a vital role in shaping the AI's response, ensuring that it meets the intended purpose. So now let's explore these elements in detail along with real world examples to illustrate their importance. So the first one is clarity. So one of the most critical aspects of prompt engineering is clarity. A prompt should be direct, easy to understand, and free from ambiguity. So when a prompt lacks clarity, the AI may misinterpret the request, resulting in the vague or irrelevant responses. For example, a generic prompt like "Tell me about AI" does not specify whether the user wants a historical overview application or technical details. So the AI might provide a long, generalized response that does not align with the user's intent. So example, instead of "Tell me about AI," you can write "Provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestones from the 1950s to the present or to the today." So why is this better? Because it clearly defines the scope of the response, like history of AI, and it specifies a timeline which is 1950s to present, and the phrase key milestones helps AI focus on significant developments rather than providing unnecessary details. So by using a precise and structured prompt, the response is more focused, informative, and aligned with what the user actually needs. The second is context. Providing relevant background information without enough contextual information is wrong. So the AI may provide an answer that is either too broad or unrelated to the actual intent of the query. For instance, a simple prompt like "summarize the article" does not provide any details about the article topic, length, or the key points to focus on. So the AI may generate a summary that does not highlight the aspect of the user is looking for. Instead of that, you can write "summarize the article on climate change, highlighting the cause and effects in under 200 words." So why is this better? It specifies the subject of the article, which is climate change. It directs the AI to focus on causes and effects rather than general information. and it limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary. So by adding contextual details, you ensure that AI tailors its response to your exact needs, making it relevant and structured. The third is specificity, which defines the scope clearly. So specificity in prompt engineering helps narrow down the AI's response, ensuring that the output is concise and relevant rather than overly broad or off topic. A vague prompt can result in an unfocused response requiring additional clarification or refinement. For example, asking list some programming language gives the AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required. So the AI might random languages and some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. So instead of that, you can write list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development along with their primary use cases. So why this prompt is better? It limits the number of languages to 5, ensuring a focused response. It specifies web development as a domain, avoiding unrelated programming languages, and it asks for primary use case, making the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, you eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from the AI. And the fourth is constraints, which control output with limits. So constraints help structure the AI's response, ensuring that the output is within the required word count, format, or tone. Without constraint, response can be too long, too short, or may not match the required style. For instance, a simple prompt like explain the Renaissance does not indicate how detailed or structured the explanation should be. AI might generate a long, detailed essay which might not be what the users want. So instead of that, you can like write a 100-word summary of the Renaissance era in a formal tone. So why is this better? It limits the word count, 100 words, making the response concise. It specifies a formal tone, ensuring an academic style response. It guides AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. So constraints are particularly useful in business research and content creation, where precise formatting and style matter. So now let's jump into the demo part and see how it practically looks like. So yeah, so I welcome to the demo part, and I am using plus version of ChatGPT as of now. As you can see, the plus version, and yeah, so this is the ChatGPT interface, and I hope everyone is aware of, right? So now let's see one by one what are the effective elements of the prompt, okay, which I have discussed already. As you can see, first is clarity and context, constraints, specificity with the examples which we discussed. Okay, so let's see how practically it's look like, right? What are the answers GPT is giving, okay, and generating. So the first one is clarity. Okay, so here if I will write tell me about AI. So so these are search results. Okay, if you will see the search, it will search from the web. Okay, otherwise it will give me from the it will generate automatically. Okay, in which it is trained. So yeah, so if I will write just tell me about AI, so let's see now what it will give me. Okay, if you can see here, it's giving AI in artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machine, enabling them to perform tasks that typically require human cognition. This types of AI it is giving. Okay, how AI works it is giving. Okay, and common application it is giving. And okay, future of AI it is giving. Yeah. So future of AI, common application, how AI works, and types of AI. But if you will write with proper clarity, what do you want? Like provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestone from the 1950s to the present. Okay, so here you can see I am describing clearly like a scope of the response. So you can see history of AI. Okay, this is the scope and timeline 1950s to present. Okay, and the phrase key milestone. Okay, it will help AI focus to significant developments rather than providing unnecessary details. Okay, so let's see what are the results. First is generate one title, brief history of artificial intelligence key milestone. See 1950s, the birth of AI. 1950, Alan Turing introduces the Turing test in his paper Computing Machinery and Intelligence like this. In 1960, 1970, this happened. Okay. 1980s, the rise of expert system. Okay. That is MySim for medical diagnosis. 1990, AI becomes practical. IBM's Deep Blue defeats 2000s. AI in everyday lives. In 2005, this happened. 2011, this happened. 2012, 13, 14, 16, 17, this happened. 2020, this happened. Okay, 2024 present, AI continues evolving with LLMs, autonomous AI agents, and enhanced regulation. So this is the brief history of AI, including key milestones. See, these are the milestones. Okay. See, the Dartmouth Conference, led by John McCarthy, official coins the term artificial intelligence. So these are some key milestones you get, okay, in particular year. So this is how a ChatGPT can give you answers if you will type your prompt clearly with clarity, you can say, right? If you want to discuss about more of particular, topic or answer, you can just write here like tell me more about AI after 2020. So it will be more details. Okay, since 2020 this. So now let's see the difference between this and this. Okay, one liner here it will give more. Okay, so from here you can stop this as well. Right? So now next second comes context. So context is like providing relevant background information. Okay. So let me quickly first. So now let me quickly first add one article for you. Okay. From the web. So as you can see here, I have just copy pasted my one article here. So now I will give a simple context. Okay. Like not even context. Okay. I will give prompt without context. Sorry. So I will write here just summarize the article. Just like this. Okay. Let's see what it will give. Okay. It will give summary that it. So the first the title will come. Okay. Then climate this, human impact this. Okay. So yeah, first let me tell you, the summary should not be this big. Okay. So instead of just typing or writing or giving this prompt, summarize the article, what you can write here instead of this, you can write summarize the article on climate change. Climate change, highlighting the causes and effects in under 200 words, because no one wants the summary this big, right? So send. So this is where you have set the context, like it specifies the subject first, climate change, and it will direct the AI to focus on causes and effects. You can see here highlighting the causes and effects, and the limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary of this particular article. See, this is the length of new summary. If you will give a prompt with proper context, right? See here, small in 200 words. Okay, so now let's move forward and see specificity, which will define the scope more clearly. Okay, so if I will write here, list some programming languages. Okay, enter. So it will give the like AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required to me. So it will just might give the list of random languages, as you can see here, or some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. Okay, what if I am working on only this general purpose programming? I don't want data science programming languages, but still it gave me. I don't need mobile app development languages. So that is why you have to particularly specify which languages you want to use or you want, right? So here you can write list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development, along with their primary use cases. Okay, yeah. So now it will first limit the language to 5. Okay, I have written 5, ensuring a focused response. And now it specifies only web development. That's why I'm saying, see, it gave me scripting, automation, game development system. I don't need that. So that's why it's very important in the prompt you have to specify, okay, along with their primary use cases. So it will make the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, you will eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from ChatGPT or AI. See, 5 programming JavaScript with their use cases. Fine. So now let's move forward and see what are constraints, how you can control output with your limits. Okay. So if I will write explain the machine. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. It will give me automatically how much it wants. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. Okay. But what if you will write like explain me 100-word summary in machine learning, or you can write explain me in 100 words about machine learning in formal tone. Let's press enter. So here you can see it limits the word count to the 100 first. Okay, making the response concise, and it will specify a formal tone. I have written here formal tone. So it will ensure an academic style response. Okay, and it will guide AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. Okay, so now first let's read this. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that enables computer to learn from data and improve their performance without being explicitly programmed. So here see, machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables system to learn from data and improve performance without explicit programming. It involves algorithms that identify patterns, make prediction, and automate decision making. ML is categorized into proper formal tone, right? So there is one more thing, how you can use examples to define your prompt, right? If I will write explain Newton's third law, it is very too open-ended. Okay, so it gave me 3 examples: jumping, rocket launch, and walking. Okay, so now I will write here with proper examples, mentioning proper examples. Okay, explain Newton's third law with an example. For instance, mention a rocket launch. Okay. See, first, for every action, there is an equal and opposite action. So this is the third law. So here, see, in the case of rocket launch, the rocket engine expel hot gases downward action force at high speed. But if we'll see here, Newton's third law states for every action, there is an equal and opposite action. So this means that when one object exerts a force on another, the second object exerts. So here I have mentioned properly, I need a rocket launch example. So this is how you can guide the ChatGPT with sample responses. So effective prompt engineering maximizes the quality of AI generated responses by ensuring clarity, context, specificity, constraints, or by giving examples. So by following these principles, you can craft high quality prompts that yield more accurate structure and relevant responses. So what are the key takeaways? So clarity ensures AI understands the request without ambiguity. Context provides the background details to improve accuracy. Specificity narrow down the response to match user intent. And constraint define structure, length, and style for better output. And examples help guide AI to produce responses in desired format. So by implementing these techniques, you can optimize your prompt for more useful, structured, and efficient AI generated responses. So in the next unit, we will see some real world application of prompt engineering and learn about prompt patterns. Prompt engineering is widely used in various domains. So here are some of the key areas where it plays a crucial role. The first one is content generation. AI is leveraged to generate blog posts, write social media captions, and create engaging stories. So here is one example. So an AI-powered content writer can be prompted to generate a 500-word article on the impact of AI in healthcare by specifying the structure, tone, and the key points to include. And why it matters? So a well-structured prompt ensures the output is relevant, coherent, and follows a logical flow, making the content useful and engaging. And the second is coding assistance. So AI-driven coding assistants help programmers by generating code snippets and debugging support. So here is an example. So a developer can prompt the AI with like write a Python function to check if a given string is a palindrome or not. So the AI will then generate an efficient function following Python's best practices. So adding constraints like optimize for performance and avoid using recursion can further improve the response by making the output more efficient. The third one is customer support. AI chatbots can be programmed to handle customer queries, reducing human intervention. So a well-structured prompt like provide a step-by-step troubleshooting guide for Wi-Fi connectivity issues on Windows 11 will yield a more effective response compared to a vague query. So best practices are it's like specifying constraints such as provide a response under 200 words and use simple language, ensure clarity and conciseness. And the fourth one is data analysis. So AI model can summarize reports and extract insights from large data sets. Example is like a financial analyst can use a prompt like summarize the key revenue trends in the company's Q4 report in 3 bullet points. And the importance is so this will help extract key insights efficiently while keeping the summary concise and actionable. The last one is education and learning. AI-powered tutors assist students by explaining concept in detail. So example is a prompt like explain the Pythagorean theorem using a real-life example. Ensure AI provides an intuitive explanation with practical application. So the best approach is the response can be enhanced by adding use a story-based analogy involving a right angle triangle. So now let's move to the demo part and see what are the different prompt patterns. So in this demo part, we will talk about some different prompt patterns in prompt engineering. Okay, so prompt engineering includes various patterns that help structure interaction effectively. So there are some common patterns include like instruction based prompts and example driven prompts, fill in the blanks prompts, and step by step prompts. Okay, so these four are the main types. So yes, so now let's first start with instruction based prompts. So instruction based prompts are like direct command which help generate specific responses, right? So these instruction based prompts are very effective for structured output, ensuring clarity and precision. So the key is to be explicit in what you want AI to do, such as summarizing, explaining, or formatting content. So now let's see 2-3 examples for each of the prompts. So like the first, I will write here explain quantum mechanics in simple terms. Okay. So here AI will provide a beginner friendly explanation avoiding technical jargon. Okay, because I have written here in simple terms. Correct? Let's enter. Now you can see here it gave me one definition and some of the key ideas. Okay, and at the last conclusion. Okay. So this is the beginner friendly explanation as I told you before. So now let's do one more. Like if I want to write summarize this in one paragraph. Okay, this particular thing in one paragraph. So now AI will extract key points and deliver a concise version of this particular. Okay, you can see quantum mechanics. See, in only one paragraph. So these are the instruction based prompt because I have gave the instruction summarize. Okay, here already I gave in simple terms, right? Okay, one more, let's try. I can write here, write an email to my manager requesting leave for 2 days. Okay. So now AI will format a professional and polite leave request email. Okay. See, hi, manager name. I hope you are doing well, very polite. I would like to request for mention date due to this reason, and I will ensure all of my tasks are up to date before my leave and will coordinate with the team if needed. Right? So this is how instruction based prompts work. So this approach is very straightforward and works well for task based requests where concise, clear instructions are necessary. So now let's move forward and see example driven prompts. So example driven prompts helps AI to understand the expected format and tone by providing one or more examples before requesting a response. So this technique is very useful when generating creative content, translation or stylistic adaptations. So the AI learns from the patterns set by the examples and follows the same structure. Okay. So now if what if I will write generate poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Okay. So I have written generate a poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Enter. So now ChatGPT will mimic Frost style using nature inspired theme and vivid imagery. Okay, see it gave me two responses. I can select any of them. Okay, so here you can see the frost has crept where footfalls fade upon the path through woods and glades. See all the nature is coming. A hush now hangs on branch and bough. as winter bends the pines deep woe. And here as well. So the woods stand. Yeah. What if I will choose this? I prefer this response, so it will come like that. So it is mimicking Frost style. So let's take another example. And even you can write translate the following. Here you can write, hello, how are you to Spanish? Or don't write Spanish to hola. Okay. So it will understand. See, I just wrote hola. Okay, so it will understand hello, how are you? Translate to hola, como estés in Spanish. So ChatGPT will follow the same format for the further translation. If I will write translate my name is Sam. See, me llamo Sam in Spanish, right? Here I didn't give any language or any signs, you can say. Okay, even you can give prompts like reward this sentence like Shakespeare monologue. Okay, and I will give here the sun is shining brightly today. Okay, so here I have given the example here. I need this Shakespearean monologue. See, the golden orb doth blaze with radiant might, casting its heavenly glow upon the earth so bright. Okay, so here ChatGPT transform the sentence into an old English prose such as this only. Okay, right? So this example driven prompts pattern is effective when consistency and style needed to be maintained, ensuring the AI produces responses in a predefined format, right? If you will upload something, just write to ChatGPT that I want this type of output. Okay, and ChatGPT will follow the same structure. So now let's move forward and see fill in the blanks prompts. So fill in the blank prompts encourage AI to complete a sentence or a paragraph based on context clues. So this method is often used for open-ended creative writing, trivia, or knowledge recall. So these prompts allow AI to generate flexible yet structured responses, guiding its output without being overly restrictive. Okay. So what if I will write my name is dash? Okay, let's see. So in Shakespeare style, you would say, "Hark, I am called dash name by the name." Okay, so it took this, right? What if I will write a black hole is formed when? Okay, so this is the fill in the blank. So a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches the end of its life and collapses under its own gravity. So ChatGPT will complete the sentence with a scientifically accurate statement, right? Like this: a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches this, and this. Okay. So it will automatically complete. Let's take one simple example like the key to success in life is that. Okay. So now ChatGPT will fill in the blank with different perspective. Okay, like such as perseverance and continuous learning. Okay, so the key to success in life is a combination of persistence, continuous learning, see, adaptability. Okay, with different options, or you can say perspectives. And what if I will give ChatGPT like to one or more, fill in the blanks. So I will write if I could travel anywhere in the world, I would go to dash because dash. Okay. So now ChatGPT will generate a destination and a logical reason why I will go there. So okay, let's see. If I could travel in the world, I will go to Japan because it blends ancient tradition with modern innovation, offering breathtaking landscape and has a rich culture heritage. From serene temples and cherry blossoms to futuristic cities and incredible cuisine. Okay, here it gave me one destination and proper logical reason. So this pattern is especially useful for engaging users in interactive tasks, making it a great technique for quizzes, educational materials, and thought-provoking responses. Right? So now let's discuss the last one, which is step-by-step prompt. So step-by-step prompts break down complex topics into multiple steps, like a formula, you can say, like a algorithm. So making them easier to understand. So these prompts are commonly used in technical explanation, process description, and problem solving scenarios. So encouraging AI or ChatGPT to explain things in a sequential manner improves clarity and ensures the responses follows a logical flow. So it will be very easy for us as well to understand a particular thing, right? Whether it's a 12th standard math or Pythagoras theorem or anything. Okay. So now let's ask ChatGPT describe the water cycle in four sequential steps. Okay, so it will give me, see, this is the first step, right? And this is the second, this is the third step, and this is the fourth step. Because we have added here in four sequential steps. Okay, so here is the list of four steps. First, evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and collection, right? Explaining each stage as well. And even you can write ask, explain how to bake a cake. Just write here step by step. Okay, see, first ingredient, second it's giving the steps. If you want only steps and you know all the ingredients, you can just add here I need only steps. Okay, so these are some steps to how to bake a cake. And even you can ask ChatGPT to solve this math problem step by step. Okay, it's like 2x plus 5 equals to 15, let's suppose. Okay, so now ChatGPT will break down all these steps. Okay, see, the step 1, subtract 5 from both sides, then divide both sides by 2, then final answer is this, x equals to 5. Okay, so this method is highly effective for explaining structured process and helps enhance AI generated educational content for learning based application. So each of these prompts serves a unique purpose in prompt engineering, enhancing AI generated outputs based on the use cases. Whether you need a structured response, stylish consistency, open-ended creativity, or detailed explanation, selecting the right pattern can make AI responses more accurate, useful, and engaging. So now let's move forward and see in the next module some common prompting errors and how you can overcome them. In this module, we will discuss about common prompting errors and how to fix them. So, ChatGPT or AI generated responses depend heavily on how you craft your prompt. Even experienced users sometimes make mistakes, leading to unclear or incomplete or confusing outputs. So now let's go deeper into some of these common errors and how to refine prompts for better results. So first one is being too vague. So this is a problem. A vague prompt lacks enough detail, making it difficult for the AI to provide a precise or useful answer without clear instruction. So the AI may generate a generic response that doesn't meet your needs. Okay. For example, if I will write, tell me about the economy. Okay. So this itself, it's very broad, right? And it is lacks direction as well. India's economy or US economy, right? Like this. So the economy is a vast topic covering GDP, inflation, employment, global trade, and much more things. So the AI doesn't know, or ChatGPT doesn't know which aspect you want to focus on. If I need GDP, inflation, or something else. So the response may be too general or not relevant to, our actual query. Let's see what it gives. Okay. The economy refers to the system of production. This key aspects of the economy, types of the economy, right? Market economy, command economy, mixed economy, and the second thing is economy indicators like GDP, inflation rate, employment rate, economic cycle. But what if we don't need this? Okay, so how to fix it? So you can write, explain the impact of inflation on consumer spending in the US in 2025, right? So yeah, so now see, in 2025, inflation has significantly influenced consumer spending patterns in the United States. Okay, and these are some sources from the web, right? Here you can see ChatGPT gave anything, but we never wanted this. Okay, so this is how you can fix the vague problem, and why this prompt is better than this prompt, because it narrows the focus to inflation rather than the entire economy. Okay, and it specifies the consumer spending, unrelated details, and it defines the region US as well and the time period 2025 for the relevant. So the more specific your question, the more relevant and actionable the ChatGPT's response will be. Fine. So now let's move forward and see the second problem, which is overloading with information. Fine. So this is a problem that includes too many details in a single request and can overwhelm the AI, leading to an unfocused or incomplete response. So the AI may prioritize certain details while ignoring others. So let me give you an overload example, like explain how blockchain works, including its history, mechanism, advantages, disadvantages, and comparison with centralized databases. So here you can see too many requests at the particular time, right? I need history, I need mechanism, I need advantage, disadvantage, and the comparison as well. So too many requests at once. So why is it a problem? So the ChatGPT or AI might give service level answers for each topic instead of the explanation. So the response may be too long or confusing to follow, and the key point might get skipped, right? Or you can say it will summarize poorly due to limited space. See only one pointer. See only one pointer. How to fix them? Okay, so now you can write here, explain, instead of that, explain how blockchain works in simple terms with one real world use case. Okay, so now you can see the answer between them. Okay, see how blockchain works, step by step process, real world problem, why blockchain is useful. So this is much better than that, because the focus is only on how blockchain works rather than multiple aspects, right? And the request is to keep it simple and ensuring the clarity, right? And adding a use case makes the explanation more practical and relatable, right? So here it gave the problem of food supply chains often suffer from fraud, inefficiency, and slow tracking of contaminated products, right? So if you need more details, you can break your question into separate prompts, like what is the history, like this. What is the history of blockchain? You can ask once. You can ask the advantage and disadvantage of blockchain separately. You can ask how does blockchain compare to centralized database separately, because you will get the brief explanation of each point then. Fine. So the third error is ignoring output formatting. Right here, ignoring output formatting. So what is this problem? If you don't specify how you want the response structured, so the AI might return it in unhelpful format. So this can make it harder to read or use the information effectively. Okay. So example of unstructured prompt is like list the benefits of exercise. Okay. So this, like ChatGPT might generate a long paragraph instead of a clear list. I'm supposing. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So now it gave kind of list, but here key point could lost in the text instead of standing out, right? With these emojis and all. So how you can fix it? So you can just ask list the top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points, right? So now you guys will be wondering why this prompt is better than this prompt. So it ensures a concise, structured answer, like top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points. So bullet points improve readability and clarity. So limiting it to 5 benefits make the response more focused. See, okay, simple and short, or you can say simple and crisp, better than this, right? So you can specify other formats too, like create a table comparing aerobic and anaerobic exercise based on benefits and examples. Or you can ask like explain how to start a workout routine in 5 simple steps. Or if you want in short paragraphs, you can write summarize the benefits of strength training in 2 short paragraphs, like this. So now let's see one more common error, which is not defining prompts. Okay, so this is a problem where a single attempt may not give you the best response. So ChatGPT or AI generated content can sometimes be too generic or too detailed, or you can say slightly off topic. So refining your prompt improves accuracy of your prompt or your result. So let me give an example like generate sales page. Everyone knows it's too broad and lacks of content. And it's a problem because the ChatGPT doesn't know what product or service the pitch is for. So the response may be too general to be useful and it may not fit their desired tone or the audience, right? So instead of that, you can write generate 100-word sales pitch for an AI powered fitness app focusing on personalization and efficiency. So now you guys will be wondering why this is better than this prompt. So the here you can see the product is specified AI powered fitness app and it defines the length of 100 words to keep it concise and it highlighting the key selling point personalization and efficiency, right? Let's run it. So if the response is not exactly what you need, you can refine it further, like make the sales pitch more persuasive by including a specific offer, a special offer, rewrite the page with more engaging conversation tone. You can write here like this, rewrite the page with a more engaging conversational tone. So here you can see, tired of getting your workouts? Meet this, your personal AI fitness coach that tailor workouts better than this, right? So you can refine it for further as per your need, right? So final takeaways are you have to be specific, keep it focused, specify formatting, refine and iterate. So by avoiding these common errors and applying the fixes, you can improve the accuracy, clarity and usefulness of your AI generated content. So now let's move forward and dive into some advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So in this module, we will talk about some advanced topics, or you can say advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So there are some advanced techniques like zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought prompting. So we will go through each technique with detailed explanation. Okay. So when working with AI language models, the way a prompt is structured significantly influences the response quality. So to optimize results, so there are three key points techniques are commonly used, which are zero shot learning, few shot learning, and chain of thought prompting. So each technique has a unique approach to guiding AI in generating relevant and accurate responses. So let's first start with zero shot learning. So let me write here zero shot learning. Okay. So zero shot learning refers to a scenario where an AI model is asked to generate a response without any prior example or guidance. So the AI or ChatGPT entirely rely on its pre-trained knowledge to provide an answer based on the prompt alone. Okay. So this technique is used when an AI model is expected to generalize and generate responses without a specific example. For example, let me write. So this is the example of zero shot learning. Okay. So here is the prompt like explain the importance of cybersecurity in businesses. Okay. So here response will be it's like cybersecurity is crucial for business because it helps. Okay. So yeah. So now how zero shot learning works. So zero shot learning is comparable to asking someone to answer a question on a topic. So they have read about, but without any additional instruction, the ChatGPT or AI must infer the correct response purely from its training data and knowledge base, right? So what are the advantages of zero shot learning? So it is very quick and efficient, which can, like, AI can generate responses immediately without additional context. And the second point is works for general knowledge question. So AI provides reasonable answer based on its pre-trained model. And the third advantage is it's very ideal for open-ended queries. Like it is great for broad topics like explain the importance of cybersecurity in business. Okay, so it is very great for broad topics where detailed explanation are not necessary, right? So there are some challenges as well of zero shot learning. It's like the AI may generate generic or less precise responses. It lacks a specific guidance. Okay. And second thing is it will, complex tasks may require more context for better accuracy. Right? And let's go for one more example of zero shot learning, which will be describe how blockchain technology and its impact on financial security. Okay, so this is the AI model generated a response without any prior example or guidance. Okay, with its knowledge, right? So yeah, so now let's move forward and see what is few shot learning. Okay, let me write here few shot learning. Okay, so few shot learning enhances AI performance by providing a few examples. Okay, that's why it's called few shot learning. So before asking it to generate a response, it will ask, we will give the few example. Okay, so this approach helps AI recognize patterns and produce more relevant, structured, and accurate responses. So it is very useful when training AI to follow a specific tone, structure, or expected answer format. Okay, what if you need a particular answer in poem style? Okay, so that's or in that way you can use few shot learning. Okay, so let me give one example here. So first let me give one prompt. I will give example one. I will write here strong password contains uppercase and symbol, and I will write here example authentication, add an extra layer of security. Fine. Then I will write here now explain why updating software enhances cybersecurity in 200%. Right? I don't need this much of para. Okay, enter. So how few shot learning works is like few shot learning is similar to how people learn from examples and analogies. Okay, so here already given two examples, this one and this is the second example, and after that I'm asking the question. Right? So by providing reference example before the final question, so AI will understand what is expected. So now it will give me keeping software updated is crucial. This. Okay. For example, see, if an operating system or web browser has security loophole, attackers can use it to inject malicious code to execute ransomware attacks like this. Okay, so just using as a strong password and two-factor authentication, add layers of security, regular software update. So here you can see a strong password and two-factor authentication. Okay, so that's why few short learning is very great. So what are the advantage of few short learning? Okay, so this is the more accurate and contextual responses. So AI will learn from example and follows the pattern. So this is better for a specific use case. Here the use case is software enhances security. Okay, and few short learning enhances AI comprehension. So the AI can generalize better when given a structured prompt. So there are some challenges as well. Okay, so it requires carefully chosen example to ensure AI understands the desired output. So your examples or references must be good enough to understand what you want, right? That's why prompt engineering is very crucial. And by giving more examples may lead to longer processing times for generating responses. Okay, but nowadays ChatGPT is very smart, so it won't take much longer time processing time. So yeah, but by giving 2-3 examples are fine, I guess, right? So now let's talk about third advanced technique, which is chain of thoughts. Okay, so what is chain of thought prompting? So chain of thought prompting helps AI break down complex tasks into logical steps, right? So this method is particularly effective for reasoning-based tasks, where AI needs to explain processes or solve problems step by step. Like, I will give one prompt here. Explain the process of photosynthesis in 3 steps. Okay, I don't want detailed steps. Okay, I just need in 3 steps. First, it will be tell about photosynthesis, and then it will start with the steps. In 3 steps, it will tell. So, how chain of thought prompting works? So, instead of asking AI to provide a direct answer, chain of thought prompting encourages AI to reason through a problem or explanation in multiple stages. Okay, so this approach improves the clarity and helps AI generate well-structured responses. Okay. So now you can see here, the first step is this, second step, third step. So it is very easy for us as well to understand the answer, to, okay, generated answer. So now you can ask like describe how an electric vehicle converts store energy into motion by step. Some typing mistake. Yeah, the center. Okay, small definition. First step, second step, and the third step. So this is very easy for us as well to understand, right? If it will give in long paras like this, so how you will understand, right? So that's why you should know how to use chain of thought prompting. Okay, so there are advantages as well, like it enhances logical reasoning. It provides step-by-step explanation for better understanding. ideal for complex topics. So it is very, very useful for explaining processes, solving math problem, or reasoning through difficult concepts. And it encourages AI to think structurally. So instead of a single response, AI processes the problem in a logical sense. Okay, in logical sequence, you can say. So if there are advantages, so there are challenges as well. So sometimes responses can be lengthy and time consuming to process. And AI needs clear prompts to break down information effectively. So each prompting technique serves different use cases. So zero shot learning you can use when AI must generate responses quickly without any guidance. And you can use few shot learning when AI needs to follow a specific pattern or structure. And you can use chain of thought prompting when AI must reason through a problem or explain a process in the steps. So by understanding and applying these techniques correctly, users can optimize AI performance for various tasks, from answering journal questions to generating structured content and solving complex problems, right? So prompt engineering is very essential skill that enhances AI interactions. So by understanding components, avoiding common mistakes, and applying structured technique, user can optimize AI generated content. So mastering various prompting techniques like zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought, it will improve accuracy and efficiencies in AI application and your generated content. So continue practice and refine your prompts to become proficient in leveraging AI for diverse tasks. So by integrating these exercises and real world case studies and expert insight, so congratulations on completing the ChatGPT for prompt engineering course. So you have taken a big step in leveraging AI to enhance your prompt engineering skills. So now it's time to put your learning into it. Try integrating your prompt engineering skills into your workflows and experiment with prompts to optimize project efficiency.
In this tutorial, we will learn how AI can assist everyone in their daily life. Before that, let's take a look at why we should consider AI for daily tasks. In our daily lives, we often find ourselves stuck in time-consuming and repetitive tasks, writing endless emails, scheduling meetings, sorting out data, or brainstorming ideas only to start over again. These activities, while necessary, can drain productivity and creativity. This is where AI steps in, transforming the way we work and live. AI can draft emails, correct grammar, and summarize messages in seconds. It streamlines meeting planning by finding the best time slots, sending invites, and setting reminders. In marketing, AI suggests and analyzes trends for fresh ideas, saving hours of research. Automation tools handle tedious tasks like data entry and invoicing, freeing up more time for more meaningful work. AI-powered chatbots offer instant customer support, while voice assistants manage everyday tasks like setting alarms and making calls. It even organizes to-do lists, prioritizes tasks, and recommends product based on preferences. Translation tools break language barriers, and smart home devices adjust lighting, temperature, and security effortlessly. AI isn't just a tool. It's a digital assistant designed to enhance productivity and simplify life. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, the agenda for today's session. Firstly, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. Now, we will have a brief introduction to this session. Followed by that, we will have a briefing of what exactly is AI, then how does it work. Next, we will understand the key technologies and frameworks involved, and we will also go through some everyday use cases where we can take help of AI, and also some of the responsibilities that we need to keep in mind for the ethical use of AI. And lastly, we will explore some prompts. Now that I have made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with the first part, introduction. How can AI simplify daily tasks? As we discussed in the use case, a human might have a lot of routine and mundane tasks. For example, automation. AI can simplify your daily tasks like checking up emails and drafting email responses, enhancing productivity by getting AI assistance for research in marketing trends or any other researches based on your job profile. And you can have a personalized AI assistance for recommendations for learning and much more. And after that, it will save you a lot of time, reducing effort. Now, the next part. Get set up with generative AI models like Microsoft CoPilot and try some of the examples. So if you get access to one of the generative AI models like GitHub, then you can access GitHub Copilot easily, use it in Microsoft 365 apps like Word, Excel, and Teams. Then you can also explore prompting basics to start up with simple commands like drafting emails or summarizing documents. And proceeding ahead, we have another opportunity to experiment with different use cases like trying Copilot for brainstorming, planning, and organization. And fourth one, customize and iterate. Improvise AI generated results by refining prompts based on your needs and requirements. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand what exactly is AI and how it works, which will involve some of the key topics like understanding the basics and technologies involved, etc. So, generative AI is an advanced type of artificial intelligence that can sync up with human activities and gather requirements to assist humans in their daily tasks, improving efficiency and effectiveness. Not just these professional tasks, AI can create new content like text, images, music, and videos. It uses natural language processing and neural networks to learn patterns from existing data and then generate new content. Now, let's see how we can use AI to simplify our daily tasks and make life easier. Firstly, AI can create unique content, not just analyze data and make predictions. It can assist you in real-time generation of original text, images, music, and more. Next is AI as a creative partner. Generative AI can produce original text, images, music, and much more. It goes beyond traditional AI. Unlike predictive AI, generative AI creates new content rather than just analyzing data. Proceeding ahead, we have the next functionality where it can enhance human creativity by assisting with brainstorming ideas, storytelling, design, and content generation. Lastly, it is widely used in multiple fields, found in marketing, education, entertainment, and software development. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand the key technologies behind generative AI. Large language models is the first one, trained on vast amounts of text to generate human-like responses. For example, ChatGPT, Palm, Llama, and Microsoft Copilot. It is used for writing summarization of code and emails and much more. Now, the next part is natural language processing. It enables AI to understand, interpret, and generate human-type languages. It powers chatbots, voice assistants, and translation tools. Next, it helps improve communication between humans and AI. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand the everyday use cases of AI assistants, starting with creative writing and content creation. You can create and generate blog posts, articles, social media captions, and scripts. AI assistant in brainstorming ideas, editing text, and improving clarity. And lastly, you can also create poetry, stories, or some song lyrics using AI. The second one is organizing and planning. You can make use of AI to plan a trip itinerary based on preferences and budget. You can generate meal plans and grocery lists as well. You can schedule events and set reminders and manage to-do lists. The next use case is personal assistance. You can use AI to draft and refine emails or messages. It also helps you by providing phone books and recommending movies and music. And lastly, summarize documents, articles, or even meeting notes. Lastly, we have some other practical uses which include the following. Learning new skills with AI-generated study plans, translating languages to provide real-time interpretations, offering health and fitness suggestions based on personal goals. Now, proceeding ahead, we will understand AI agents. AI agents are advanced virtual assistants designed to perform tasks autonomously. They interact with users, process information, and execute commands. Some of the examples are ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Gemini, and others. Now, what do AI agents actually do? So, AI agents conduct the following tasks. First, automate some repetitive tasks. Repetitive tasks like scheduling meetings, setting up reminders, and managing emails is done by AI assistants. It can enhance decision making by providing data driven insights and recommendations. Third is it can act as a personalized digital assistant which can help you with learning, travel planning, productivity, and much more. Lastly, integrating with tools and apps which can help you work across Microsoft 365, CRM platforms, and much more. And now, let's proceed with the major part of today's session, where we have to focus on how to use AI responsibly and effectively. So, here we have a detailed Microsoft Copilot AI overview and also AI agents and their role in productivity. Let's go through that first. So here we have a quick briefing of Microsoft 365 Copilot, and we have also some links to the Copilot Success Kit, Copilot Chat, Agent Starter Kit, and the community links over here, and resources, Copilot mobile version, what's new, and all and everything you need to know about Copilot, about the technical readiness, etc. Now back to the presentation where we were discussing about the responsible use of AI. So the importance of ethical use of AI. AI should be used in a way that it is fair, transparent, and accountable. Understanding AI limitations will help you prevent misinformation and misuses. Ethical AI usage ensures trust and reliability in everyday applications. Proceeding ahead, we will discuss about ensuring transparency and accountability. First one, clearly communicate when AI is used in content creation. Provide with the specific prompts that you're expecting in your output so that it cannot miss on the target. Secondly, we need to verify AI generated information before sharing or acting on it, because there might be instances where we might go wrong explaining our inputs, or there might be some discrepancy in the data provided to analyze and generate a report. And lastly, understand how AI makes decisions to avoid over reliance. You need to understand the thought process of an AI and expect what kind of results it might generate so that you don't have to rely on one single prompt every single time. Now, let's move ahead and address some potential biases in AI. AI can sometimes reflect biases present in its training data. Common biases include general bias, racial bias, cultural bias, confirmation bias, and socio-economic biases. Let's discuss each one of them. Firstly, gender bias. AI generated job descriptions may reinforce stereotypes, example, associating engineers' roles with men. Second one is racial bias. Facial recognition systems may misidentify individuals from certain ethnic backgrounds. Third one, cultural bias. AI might prioritize Western perspectives in content generation. Fourth one, confirmation bias. It may reinforce existing beliefs by favoring information similar to past searches. Lastly, socio-economic bias. For example, AI generated loan approvals may favor individuals from higher income backgrounds. Now, you also need to focus on responsible prompting. Use clear and neutral language to avoid influencing biased results. Ask AI to provide diverse perspectives and sources when generating responses. Be mindful of data privacy and avoid sharing sensitive personal information. Now, let's go ahead and check some of the prompt examples. So now we are on the Microsoft Copilot prompt gallery, which will show you some of the sample prompts that you can make use of. For example, get a to-do list, add an image, quiz yourself, create a technology, write more confidently. For example, you might have a description. You can just add it to improvise or add more impact onto it. Find a specific information, draft an email, create a shopping list, and so on. So here you can also go through some other prompts as well by clicking on view all prompts, and a whole new world of prompt gallery will open up for you. Try it out and let us know your experience in the comment section below.
LLMs. If you ever wondered how machine learning can now understand and generate human-like text, you are in the right place. From chatbots like ChatGPT to AI assistant that power search engines, LLMs are transforming how we interact with technology. One of the most exciting advancements in this space is Google's Gemini or OpenAI ChatGPT, a cutting-edge large language model designed to push the boundaries of what AI can achieve. In this video, we will explore what LLMs are, how they work, and why models like Gemini are critical for the future of AI. Google Gemini is part of a new wave of AI models that are smarter, faster, and more efficient. It is designed to understand context better, offer more accurate responses, and integrate deeply into services like Google Search and Google Assistant, providing more human-like interactions. So we will break down the science behind LLMs, including their massive training datasets, transformer architecture, and how models like Gemini use deep learning innovation to change industries. Plus, we will compare Google Gemini to other popular LLMs such as OpenAI ChatGPT models, showing how each of these technologies is used to power chatbots, virtual assistants, and other AI-driven applications. By end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of how large language models like Gemini work, their key features, and what they mean for their future AI. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to never miss any update from Simplilearn. So what are the large language models? Large language models like ChatGPT 4, Generative Pre-trained Transformer 4, O, and Google Gemini are sophisticated AI systems designed to comprehend and generate human-like text. These models are built using deep learning techniques and are trained on vast datasets collected from the internet. They leverage self-attention mechanism to analyze relationship between words or tokens, allowing them to capture context and produce coherent, relevant responses. LLMs have significant application, including powering virtual assistant, chatbots, content creation, language translation, and supporting research and decision making. Their ability to generate fluent and contextually appropriate text has advanced natural language processing and improved human-computer interaction. So now let's see what are large language model used for. Large language models are utilized in scenarios with limited or no domain-specific data available for training. These scenarios include both few-shot and zero-shot training approaches, which rely on the model's strong inductive bias and its capability to derive meaningful representation from a small amount of data or even no data at all. So now let's see how are large language models trained. Large language models typically undergo pre-training on a board, all-encompassing dataset that shares statistical similarities with the dataset specific to the target task. The objective of pre-training is to enable the model to acquire high-level features that can later be applied during the fine-tuning phase for specific tasks. So there are some training processes of LLM which involve several steps. The first one is text pre-processing. The textual data is transformed into a numerical representation that the LLM model can effectively process. This conversion may involve techniques like tokenization, encoding, and creating input sequences. The second one is random parameter initialization. The model's parameters are initialized randomly before the training process begins. The third one is input numerical data. The numerical representation of the text data is fed into the model of processing. The model's architecture, typically based on transformers, allows it to capture the contextual relationship between the words or tokens in the next. The fourth one is loss function calculation. A loss function calculation measures the discrepancy between the model's prediction and the actual next word or token in a syntax. The LLM model aims to minimize this loss during training. The fifth one is parameter optimization. The model's parameters are adjusted through optimization technique. This involves calculating gradient and updating the parameters accordingly, gradually improving the model's performance. The last one is iterative training. The training process is repeated over multiple iterations or epochs until the model's output achieve a satisfactory level of accuracy on that given task or dataset. By following this training process, large language models learn to capture linguistic patterns, understand context, and generate coherent responses, enabling them to excel at various language-related tasks. The next topic is how do large language models work? So large language models leverage deep neural network to generate output based on patterns learned from the training data. Typically, a large language model adopts a transformer architecture which enables the model to identify relationship between words in a sentence irrespective of their position in the sequence. In contrast to RNNs that rely on recurrence to capture token relationship, transformer neural network employs self-attention as their primary mechanism. Self-attention calculates attention scores that determine the importance of each token with respect to the other token in the text sequence, facilitating the modeling of intricate relationships within the data. Next, let's see application of large language models. Large language models have a wide range of applications across various domains. So here are some notable applications. The first one is natural language processing, NLP. Large language models are used to improve natural language understanding tasks such as sentiment analysis, named entity recognition, text classification, and language modeling. The second one is chatbot and virtual assistant. Large language models power conversational agents, chatbots, and virtual assistant, providing more interactive and human-like user interaction. The third one is machine translation. Large language models have been used for automatic language translation, enabling text translation between different languages with improved accuracy. The fourth one is sentiment analysis. LLMs can analyze and classify the sentiment or emotion expressed in a piece of text, which is valuable for market research, brand monitoring, and social media analysis. The fifth one is content recommendation. These models can be employed to provide personalized content recommendations, enhancing user experience and engagement on platforms such as news website or streaming services. So these applications highlight the potential impact of large language models in various domains, improving language understanding automation.
So let's first understand what is prompt tuning. So prompt tuning is a method that enhances the adaptability of large language models for novel tasks by fine-tuning a minimal set of prompt parameters. This technique involves appending a tailored prompt before the input text, directing the LLM to generate outputs aligned with specific objectives. Its efficiency and versatility have made it a local or focal point in natural language processing advancements. So let's understand prompt tuning. So prompt tuning is the practice of customizing LLMs for new applications by adjusting a limited subset of parameters known as prompts. So these prompts placed before the input navigate the LLM toward producing the intended output. And now we talk about the advantages of prompt tuning. So the number one comes is efficiency. So unlike comprehensive model fine-tuning, prompt tuning modifies only a select few parameters, enabling quicker task-specific model adjustment. And then comes the versatility. So this approach is applicable across a spectrum of tasks, from text generation and analysis in natural language processing to image recognition and automated coding, showcasing its adaptability to different domains. And then comes the interpretability. The modifiable prompt parameters allow for an examination of how the model's output generation is influenced, offering insights into the model's processing. So this was about the advantages of prompt tuning. Now we'll move to the key challenges of prompt tuning, and we will write some prompts and see how we can prompt tune the ChatGPT model and we can generate the outputs we want. So let's move to ChatGPT, and here first we will draft or craft effective prompts. So crafting prompts that effectively guide the model without being overly complex is challenging. So to avoid them, we will write some prompts and let's see. So we will take a fresh example for crafting precise prompts. So let's consider a scenario, and consider you are part of a financial analysis firm specializing in renewable energy sectors like solar and wind power. You aim to leverage a language model for extracting market trends, investment opportunities, and regulatory impacts specific to these sectors. However, you wish to exclude general energy market data or information about fossil fuels and non-renewable sources, as well as omit any direct mentions of rival firms or their investment products. So what challenge you will face here is, your objective is to direct the AI model to furnish targeted insights on renewable energy sectors, while filtering out non-relevant information and avoiding any specific mentions of competitors and their offerings. So for example, we can write a prompt that give me all details on renewable energy sectors, including solar and wind power, but skip all info on other energy types and ignore data about companies like, you could name the companies like Eco Power Ventures and their Solar Boost investment fund. So this is the ineffective prompt. So this prompt is ineffective because it's overly detailed and instructs the model on what to exclude in a way that could be confusing, potentially leading to an over focus on the exclusions rather than the desired content. So if we talk about the optimized prompt, what you can write is, provide an analysis of current trends, investment opportunities, and the impact of regulations in the renewable energy sectors, specifically focusing on solar and wind power. Exclude general energy market trends and specific investment products. So this refined prompt clearly directs the model towards the needed information, that is market trends, opportunities, and regulatory impacts within solar and wind energy, without cluttering the request with too many exclusions. It certainly implies the need for exclusively by focusing on specifically focusing, which naturally guides the AI to omit unrelated sectors and competitor products, facilitating a more focused and relevant output. So now let's see this example, and this is the inefficient prompt. So we'll copy this and paste it to ChatGPT, and let's see what output it will provide to us. So you could see that it has provided us the output, but This prompt is ineffective because it's overly detailed and instructs the model on what to exclude in a way that could be confusing. Now we'll write the correct prompt, as that is the optimized prompt. What I've told you, that is provide an analysis of current trends, investment and opportunities, and the impact of regulations in the renewable energy sectors, specifically focusing on solar and wind power, and exclude general energy market trends and specific investment products. So this is the optimized prompt, and it will provide a good result and a good output. So you could see that it has started with the current trends only. You could see the output, and this is the desired output what we need, and the ChatGPT has provided with the optimized prompt. Now we move to the next challenge, that is avoiding overfitting. So there's a risk of the model becoming too specialized to the training prompts, reducing its ability to generalize. So strategy for this broad application is to prevent over specialization. Prompts that should be designed to be broad enough to encompass a range of related queries, enhancing the model's versatility. So for this also, we will draft an optimized and unoptimized prompt. So let's think of a scenario that you are developing an educational platform that uses a language model to generate study materials for high school biology, covering topics from cell biology to ecology. Initially, you fine-tune the model with prompts focused on very specific areas like photosynthesis in plants. So initial prompt we can write is explain the process of photosynthesis in plants, focusing on chlorophyll's role and light absorption. So while the model excels at generating detailed content on photosynthesis, it struggles when asked about broader or slightly related topics such as cellular respiration or plant adaptations to different environments. So the issue we encounter here is when students query how do plants adapt to low light conditions. So the model will fail to provide comprehensive answers because it's been too narrowly trained on photosynthesis specifics. So the solution for this overfitting challenge is to prevent overfitting and enhance the model's ability to generalize across the broader subject of biology. You should utilize more inclusive prompts that cover a range of topics within the field. So we have the revised prompt here, that is provide an overview of plant biology, including key processes like photosynthesis, cellular respiration, and adaptations to environmental factors. So this broader approach encourages the model to generate content that's relevant across various biology topics, improving its utility for educational purposes. So this is the prompt, and we'll ask ChatGPT, that is provide an overview of the plant biology, including key processes like photosynthesis, cellular respiration, and adaptations to environmental conditions. So this will improve its utility for educational purposes. So let's move to the next concern, that would be scalability concern. And you could see that it has provided the desired output for the photosynthesis and the environmental factors for plant biology. And as we talk about the scalability concern, so as the training data volume grows, maintaining the efficiency of prompt tuning becomes more challenging, necessitating innovative solutions to streamline the adaptation process. So now we'll talk about its prompt also. So scalability, that is implementing AI for diverse customer service inquiries. So let's consider a scenario. Your company aims to deploy an AI chatbot to handle customer service inquiries across different departments, from technical support to billing and account management. Initially, the chatbot is trained with specific prompts for each category, performing well in small case tests. So what challenge will you face with this prompt is, or with this scenario is, as you scale the chatbot to handle thousands of inquiries daily across a wide range of topics, you find that the initial approach of using highly specific prompts for each category isn't sustainable. So the chatbot struggles to adapt the vast and varied nature of customer queries. And we'll face the scaling issue also here. That is, the specific prompts used during initial training don't cover the breadth of potential customer inquiries, leading to inadequate responses in unanticipated scenarios. So what strategy we can apply for scalability is, instead of relying on narrow, specific prompts for each inquiry type, you transition to using broader, more adaptable prompts that can guide the AI in understanding and categorizing a wide range of customer questions. So we can have an adapted prompt example, and I have one that is, or we can write here, that would be identify the category of the customer's inquiry. That could be technical, billing, account management, and provide relevant assistance based on the identified category. So this strategy allows the chatbot to more effectively process a variety of inquiries by understanding the context and categorizing questions before generating responses, making it more scalable and versatile in handling customer service tasks. So if we address prompt tuning challenges, it is simplifying complex prompts. That is, begin by clearly identifying the core information or action desired from the LLM, breaking down multifaceted prompts into simpler, more focused requests, employ straightforward language, and eliminate non-essential elements to clarify the prompt. And then we have utilizing soft prompts. So soft prompts, which are non-textual signals trained from examples, guide the LLM without explicit worded instructions. So these are particularly used for tasks with limited training data or where interpretability is less critical. And then we have innovative optimization techniques. So the development of parameter efficient fine-tuning techniques such as p-tuning optimizes the search for effective prompts in a continuous space, making it feasible to tailor LLMs to specific tasks without extensive retraining. So this was all about the prompt tuning.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on prompt library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The prompt library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You're going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide like moreover to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to do iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website like which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get like what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the like resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT, GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of like prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of like things and more of the experiment, and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I have told you, follows the action verb, the topic or the background information, then what are the constraints you have to give, okay? It's any particular theme is there, you have to include all those things, and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt, and always to get a good response, it's my personal experience, that you have to keep fine-tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine.
As technology advances in all aspects of our lives, programming has become increasingly important. It is used in many fields and industries, including software development, gaming and entertainment, education, scientific research, web development, and many more. So, needless to say, the demand for programming and coding in the IT industry will probably keep increasing for the foreseeable future. But where does ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular language model, fall in this chain? That's exactly what we are focusing on in today's video. As I said earlier, programming is utilized in many domains like web development, robotics, mobile development, machine learning, and so on. So, how can a program achieve maximum code efficiency? Nowadays, we have AI-based tools like ChatGPT to make our programming experience more efficient. Although there are several coding resources platforms such as Stack Overflow and GitHub, where programmers can find solutions to their technical programming questions, ChatGPT stands out from the competition because of its quick response time, usability, and support for numerous languages, among many other benefits. Now, let's first discuss how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT generates responses to the text input using a method called transformer architecture. A large volume of text is fed into the ChatGPT from various sources, including books, websites, and other social media platforms. The model then uses this information to forecast the following word in a phrase based on the words that came before it. The ChatGPT systems allows users to enter text or queries, and then the system uses its training data and algorithms to produce the right answer. The answer is created after the input text has been examined, and the pattern most likely to match the input have been identified using the training data. In short, ChatGPT is designed to respond to queries logically and command more quickly and accurately. But why do programmers use ChatGPT on a regular basis? ChatGPT assists programmers by offering programming-related answers and solutions and helping them improve their skills. Besides that, ChatGPT is utilized for code generation, code completion, code review, and a natural language interface. Let us understand each in detail. ChatGPT is trained to generate the code or even the entire program described in the natural language specified by what they want a program to do. And then ChatGPT could generate the relevant code. Look at the example of how ChatGPT generates the code. So now open the ChatGPT and you can type any program that you want ChatGPT to generate. So I will write a palindrome program in Java. So here you can type write a palindrome program in Java. So using Java programming language, it should generate the whole program. So as you can see, it has generated the program. So it has used a class name called palindrome checker, and it has used isPalindrome as a method name. And also it will give the explanation on the program. So you can see here why it is explaining why isPalindrome is used as a method, and it also explains the for loop, if a condition, and so on. Next we have code completion. ChatGPT is trained to generate snippets of code or even fully fledged programs. It can generate a list of possible code completion depending on the context of the user's incomplete piece of code. By automatically producing the entire code, it can help the developers save time and minimize errors. Next, let's see the example of code completion using ChatGPT. So even if the program is explained in natural language, ChatGPT will generate the proper code and give the complete code. So let's type here, using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using which language? Let's keep using C programming. And enter it once again. So as you can see, we have just said that using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using C programming language, and using C programming language, it has used function, and this is the function convert to uppercase, and it has given the complete code for string to convert a string in uppercase. And also it gave the explanation. Here the convert to uppercase function takes a pointer to a string as its argument and then iterates over each character in the string using a for loop. So it explained why for loop is used, why to upper is used, and why the method convert to uppercase is used, everything. So let's say we'll give one piece of code like void to upper char str . So as you can see, we just gave the method to upper and it's generating the complete code. So this is how ChatGPT works for code completion. Next, code review. ChatGPT can analyze code, identify the bugs or errors in the program, and further help resolve them. It allows developers to fix errors more quickly. So now, let's have a look at the example of code review. So in this example, ChatGPT will review the code. So even if the code has some mistake, it will give the proper output. Let's say we have given the example here. So we gave the function or a method called upper, and here we are giving the keyword called upper. So it should check whether this piece of code is proper or is there any mistake in this. So as I said, it's saying that the given code appears to have logical error as the function upper is being called recursively on itself inside the loop. So instead of giving to upper, we just gave upper here, right? So using the keyword to upper, only then the string can be converted to uppercase. So here we gave just upper. So it says that it is having, this piece of code is having a logical error and it gives the proper code for us. So I hope it's clear. And then we have natural language interface. With the use of ChatGPT, a software application can be given a natural language user interface that enables users to communicate with it through natural language instructions rather than through conventional user interfaces. Next, let's see how ChatGPT helps the programmers for natural language interface. So let's say we'll give here, create a software application where the user asked to enter credential for the to-do app. Enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT will give the steps. So it can provide you with an outlet for creating a software applications that requires the user to enter credential for a to-do app. So here it is, few steps that we need to follow to do a to-do app. So it's giving the explanation step by step. So it says that determine the programming language and framework, then set up the database to store the
user information and then create the registration page, and then finally create the login page as well. And once the user is successfully logged in, it will have the options like add, edit, and delete task as well. And then finally implement the security measures to protect your passwords, and then test the application to ensure that it works as intended and the user data is being stored and retrieved correctly. So it gives the steps of how it has to be developed.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the lead code. Let's see in our list, which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT, and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Press enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the chat GPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. This program is in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it's the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were three arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes three arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms. And as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first three cases are actually accepted, but the other three are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is a question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. And then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. It has also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, let me quickly feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. and it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Let's quickly copy this code. The one I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. The C++1, the first code generated by it, is correct or not. Okay, so copy the code. Paste it over here. Compilation error. Okay, okay. 28. Okay. So let's with this error. The one thing definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus plus program. What it has to say. I think it's this error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Should apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely it's something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1 and 1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, uh, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Mention that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, really copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated, let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably. But I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll do you once the indentations are well. See, the indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the chat GPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced, and the version we are using is lower than that. Okay, so basically it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It it is actually generating the code. Okay, again given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here, let's see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the chat GPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self parameter, self argument from that parameters. Make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Was already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function, paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So the solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2-1-1. Among the three questions, it is definitely able to solve two questions. Even the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. This question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copy this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies, these questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the n queens puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. Mention what I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. So the solve nqueen function is a method of the nqueens class, and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. So let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go, and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now, we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. There you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize two pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little lower version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated the code and explained what all variables and what all statements have the individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed to the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing it made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. As mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed, it is still not able to generate you know the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself, so definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself, so it's it contradicting its own pointers, maybe. That we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, you know, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT, so yeah. This time, I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Class and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code, for this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases. which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but this particular code can go through, still it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. For it, split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. So given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here you can say it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay, also the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not Boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, let us, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self uh, parameter, indentation. Give it a heads up. What I have mentioned, what I want specifically. Uh, sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay. Great. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partnership. So I have copied it and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is a error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question and the runtime is 12 ms and it does passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value or how the hash can be generated. The particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and again it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference that is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation, and okay, the code is generated, and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically, it's explaining that what it actually it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like, and what will be the variables, and what will be the inputs, and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. In the attribute error, let's quickly copy it, paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as you can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if we can present a code. Okay, so I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, the list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it, and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if we can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution. And run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't works, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or a classification in consideration, which ultimately uh, reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question. Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate does shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions, but still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations.
Have you ever wished for a coding assistant who can not only suggest lines of code but actually build your app? Well, imagine this. You're stuck at a project with multiple tasks at hand, writing code, debugging, fixing errors, running tests, and it feels like you're constantly bouncing between them. Now, what if I told you there's a tool that can automatically take care of all those tasks for you, leaving you free to focus on the bigger picture? That's exactly what GitHub Copilot Agent Mode offers. It's like having a super-powered coding assistant that can handle everything from creating apps to debugging them. Today, we are going to explore GitHub Copilot Agent Mode by building a simple app using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. I'll walk you through what makes VS Code Insiders the perfect platform for this, how Agent Mode works its magic, and how you can use it to create an app with almost zero effort from your side. So let's dive in. Before we dive into the demo, let's take a quick look at what VS Code Insider is, because this is where all the magic happens. If you have used VS Code before, you would know it's a powerful code editor. But VS Code Insiders is like the VIP version where you get to try out new features and improvements before they hit the stable version. It's updated daily, which means you get to play around with latest and greatest tools, including GitHub Copilot Agent Mode. And now you might wonder what exactly makes VS Code Insiders different from the regular VS Code. Well, in simple terms, VS Code is your reliable, stable editor that you can use for your daily coding tasks. Whereas VS Code Insiders, on the other hand, is where the cutting-edge features are tested. So if you want to early access to new tools and improvement like Copilot Agent Mode, VS Code Insiders is where you want to be. Alright, now let's talk about what Copilot Agent Mode and what makes it stand out. You might be familiar with GitHub Copilot, which gives you the code suggestions while you work. It's like having a helpful coworker giving you ideas. But Agent Modes take that a step further. It's more than just a helper. It's like an autonomous coding partner that can handle entire project for you. When you switch to Agent Mode, you can give a multi-step task like creating an app from scratch or fixing bugs across multiple files. And it will take care of the entire process. It doesn't just suggest code, it writes the code, runs the tests, and fixes errors automatically, while you simply watch it work with magic. Think of it as having a personal assistant who can analyze your code, figure out what's missing, and then complete the task in real time. So now let's move on to our demo part and see how it actually works. So now let's get started and see how Copilot Agent Mode actually works. So the first step is installing the VS Code Insiders. So just simply type on the Google and head over to this website. Remember, do not install the normal Visual Studio Code. You would need to install the Visual Studio Code Insiders for this particular agent mode. Alright. So since we have already pre-installed this application from here, I'll just head over to the website from here. So this is the interface of Visual Studio Code, and the only difference is between a Visual Studio Code and the Visual Studio Code Insiders is this. It's quite light in color, light blue in color, that's it. So yeah, so we'll head over to this chat section. This is the GitHub Copilot icon from here, and just head over to this Copilot edits. From here, you would need to select agent. So by default, it will be automatically in the edit mode. So just select agent from here. And for this particular model, I'll just suggest, since Claude 3.5 is good for coding, so we'll just select the Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is only the preview version here. So we'll just select that. And we also have this voice chat option, but for this you would need to actually install the extension known as VS Code Speech. So if you install this particular extension, what will happen is you can get the chance to actually interact with the Copilot by simply talking and saying your particular prompts or command. What changes do you want the Copilot to do it for you? So it's actually really cool, and I'll just suggest that simply download this particular extension from here. And then our next step would be, we'll just see how it works, okay? So first, we'll just create a normal application or an app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I'll just click on this voice chat option, and I'll just say the Copilot to actually create a completely new application. All right, let's do. So I'll just click on this voice chat option, and I'll say to create a new app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Create a new app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So see, it automatically started running now. And it's saying that I understand you want to create a new app, but I noticed there's already an existing project structure in your workspace. So should I check its contents to understand what's already there and avoid conflicts, or let me gather some context from here? So here I see that the current workspace contains a to-do list application. So we will just modify the changes in our to-do list application. So it's saying that would you like to create, what kind of app would you want to create, and would you want to create a new directory or use the existing features requirement? Create a to-do list, and I will say that please modify changes in the existing to-do list application, improve the UI design of the application, and try to add more features and functionalities. So I've told to create a to-do list application, and I'll say to actually improve the structure of the application. So let's see how it does. So our files are already from here and it's making changes. So we'll just head over to our index.html, okay? So it's actually a learning platform rather than a to-do list. So it will actually create, and from scratch it will create a to-do list from here. It will generate all the edits. So as you can see, it's applying the edits from here. I mean, you don't even have to do anything. Just simply type your prompt, sit back and relax, and the CoPilot will do everything for you. So now it is actually adding the to-do list interface, adding the due dates, priority levels, and the categories. So these are the improvements which the CoPilot is actually doing to my existing project. So now it will add the styles to enhance the UI of the new elements. So we'll just go to the style.css and see what changes is it actually doing. So now that it's doing changes in our CSS, so we'll just also say that make changes in the JavaScript. So now it will actually improve the JavaScript functionality to support the enhanced UI features that we added. So it's first analyzing the existing JavaScript files from here. So it is now enhancing the JavaScript functionality, and whatever updation needs to be done in this particular file, which you can just simply click and just check the edits it's generating for us. So now that it's doing the changes, I'll just say to run the application. So first it's saying that it's a to-do application, so we'll need to serve it through a web server. Let me help you set that, and you can use this command in the terminal here. Also, one more thing is that, so just simply type on this app.html, and from here we'll just select on open, revealing the file explorer, and we'll just click on this particular app source code. So yeah, so here as you can see, our to-do list is ready now, and it has given me all the due date, low priority, select category. So we could actually improve the UI UX of the design, but then for the time being it's actually okay. And it has also the categories from here. You can see it has added the categories like work, personal, shopping, health, active. So you can just add a task, like let's suppose I want to go for running, and the due date you can add from here. Okay. And you can just add this particular task from here and see whether it's completed or not. You can also delete this particular task if you don't want to do it, or if it's completed, just select here completed. So I think it's pretty cool. By just not typing any particular code, it will generate a whole particular website for you, and that too within seconds. So it's really amazing. One more thing I would like to say now, if you would need to actually improve the UI UX of the design, you can also type here and say how to improve the structure and the UX of the design. And if you want to add more functionalities, you can also do that. So for the time being, I think it generated a really cool website now. One more thing, now you would be thinking that why is this so important for me? So if you're actually tired of writing task code, fixing bugs, testing, debugging, then Copilot agent mode is your answer. It takes all of your place so that you can focus on the bigger, more creative aspect of your project. So whether it's building new apps, updating old code, or running tests, Copilot does the heavy lifting, and that you stay productive. And there you have it. GitHub Copilot Agent Mode isn't just a tool. It's like having a coding partner who is always on top of things, ensuring your projects run smoothly. And by automating everything from code writing to error fixing, it makes development faster, easier, and a whole lot more fun. So if you haven't tried VS Code Insiders yet, make sure to jump in and test Agent Mode for yourself. It's a complete game changer for developers looking to boost their productivity. So if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and comment below with your thoughts on GitHub Copilot Agent Mode and how it can help you in your exciting journey. Remember when you had to know how to code just to build an app? Well, we have moved on from that word. No-code tools are here to stay and they are much more powerful than ever. Today, you can build fully functional mobile and web apps without writing a single line of code. And some of these platforms are so advanced that they rival traditional coding. But with so many no-code app builders out there, how do you choose the right one? Well, I've tested over 100 no-code platforms, and after extensive research, I have narrowed it down to the top 10 no-code app builders in 2025. That will help you to build anything from simple mobile apps to scalable SaaS products. So if you've got an idea and zero coding skills, stick around. By the end of this video, you will know exactly which platform is best for your project. But now let's talk about how no-code app builders actually work. Before we jump in, here's how no-code tools actually work. First step is creating a database. Every app needs a place to store data. No-code platforms provide drag and drop databases like Airtable, Google Sheets, or Firebase. Step 2 is building your user interface. This is where you design your app's look and feel. With no-code platforms, you just drag and drop buttons, forms, and menus onto the screen. Third step is setting up logic and automation. This is where the magic happens. You decide what happens when a user clicks a button, fills out a form, and performs an action, all without writing a code. Now that you know how no-code works, let's dive into the best platforms to use in 2025. So let's start with the first no-code AI tool, which is Software, and it is best for beginners. So just search on Google Software and just click on this first link from here. And just click Get Started from here. So this is the Software AI tool. So if you have ever wished building an app which was as simple as making a PowerPoint presentation, then Software makes that possible. So what it does is Software is a super beginner-friendly no-code platform that lets you build web apps, membership sites, CRMs, and client portals within minutes. So as you can see here, we'll just click on Get Started for free. Alright, so to get started with Software, just simply go and sign up to this page, and from here you can just create your free account. As you can see, this is the navigation bar here, and if you want to, you can just start with a template, or you can also generate with AI. So we'll just check and how can we generate with AI, we'll just see from here. So as you can see, what do you want to build? For this, you have to just give a prompt. And suppose you want to build a client portal or an internal tool or a directory or a membership platform. So let's suppose I want to build a client portal. So from here, you can just type your prompt here. Suppose the prompt is a client portal for consulting firms to share project ideas, recommendations with their client. And we'll click on preview your app. So let's suppose the app name is Viewpoint, and this was the prompt which we gave. And from here, you can just select any theme. Maybe if you want to keep it modern, and you can also change your accent color from here. And this is the preview, as you can see, and we'll just click on Generate Your App. Okay, so now as you can see, our app is being created from here. And this is the preview. This is our app name from here. And you can also change the block if you want to, what kind of block you want to keep. Let's suppose you want to keep it as a listed format or maybe grid, table. So you can just simply customize and change your format if you want to. So we have theme, data, all of these things. So as you can see, this is the page, how it will be shown here. These are the projects, and this is welcome back. Let's suppose whatever name you will be logging in with your username, it will be shown here. And you can also connect with clients. So it's pretty good. You can change the theme if you want to from here. Alright, so even if you want to connect your data, you can also connect your data from here. And so let's suppose you want to connect your data sources. So from here, you can just simply click on this connect to data source. And from here, you can select what data do you want to use in this app. If you want Airtable, Notion, Smart Suite, Google Sheets, you can just connect any particular app you want to for connecting your data. So let's suppose I want to connect my data with Google Sheets app. So I'll just select this thing, and from here we'll just connect this login with our ID. So as you can see, we have connected our data source with Google Sheets as well. Also, if you want to create your app using a template, you can also do that. So here we have multiple templates. We have client portal, we have sales CRM, SaaS customer portal, so many templates you want to. You have also dashboard CRMs. So whatever app you want to create, you'll just get the template idea from here. So let's suppose if you want sales CRM portal, so maybe if you want to use this particular template from here, so you can just check if you want to use this template. So this seems pretty good. So we'll just use this template, all right? And where do we want to store our data? To our Google Sheets. So we have just connected our existing data source to the Google Sheets app. All right, so you can see that this is our template which we are using. And you can just simply customize your app. You can use the drag and drop option to, create or insert elements like buttons, forms, images, and then you can connect your data using Google Sheets SQL, and then you can just simply launch and share your app. I think software is best for beginners who want to launch a project quickly. Now let's talk about why is software awesome. First of all, it helps in drag and drop builder for complete beginners. So if you have no idea, you'll be just simply amazed by looking at the features it offers. Second of all, it has pre-built templates for CRMs, job boards, and dashboards. It also gives you a seamless Airtable and Google Sheets integration as well. Now let's talk about the pricing for this particular app. So that was the free version which we were looking for. So if you want this free version, you'll be getting these particular usage and the features allowed. Now if you want the basic version for this thing, you'll have to pay $49 per month, and you'll be getting all of these data sources and 20 app users to user group, 3 published app, and all of these things. You also have this most popular professional version. For this, you have to pay around $139 per month, and these are the usage which you'll be getting. You'll be also getting $10 extra for extra 10 users. And then we have this business for business purpose. Like suppose you have companies which want to build advanced system at a particular scale, then you can use this to $69 per month, and these are the usage options which you'll be getting. So now next on the list is Bubble. So just simply go on Google and search Bubble and just click on the first link from here. Now if you want to build a real web app like Airbnb, Twitter, or a full-scale SaaS product, then Bubble is your go-to tool. So what does Bubble actually do is Bubble is one of the most powerful no-code platform which is used for building fully customized web application without coding. So as you can see, this is the Bubble interface from here. You can just simply create an app from here and just name the particular app you want to create. So now let's suppose we'll just see the templates option, that what particular templates they have. So these are the created by me template, and these are the purchased one. So we'll just click on create a template from here. And if you want to create a template, so they don't have the existing templates from here, I think that is available in the paid version. So we'll just see this build guide. What do we have from here? All right. So I think from here we'll be just clicking on create an app. And let's suppose I want to create a dating site app, and the name of my app would be, let's suppose, Matchwind. Okay. And we'll just click on get started. And as you can see, you can build with premium features also with 14-day free trial. You can upgrade or downgrade anytime you want to. So these are the features which you'll be getting. That is custom domain, publish, host and scale, infinitely extensible. You can also automate actions if you want to. So right now we'll just move on with our basic features. So these are the UI builder which we have. We have the text, button, icon, options, so many options as you can see. So you can just simply, create your visual elements, insert. You can use the drag and drop option if you want to. You can also add workflows from here. You can define what happens when user click buttons, submit forms, or perform actions. These are the backend workflows, and you can also connect your data sources and your APIs. So basically, you can integrate with services like Google Maps and many more if you want to. You also have styles from here, so you can add or create your own style variables. So right now we are using this free version. Now if you want to upgrade, then you can also do that. So these are the features which are offered in the free version from here. So you can just upgrade it if you want more particular features. And these are the app metrics and the server logs. So it will also give you the metrics of your app. It will give you the workflow, run history, storage, server usage, and real-time metrics. So we also have server logs here. You can search past server workflows run in the main branch. We also have scheduler option. So these are plenty of features and options which you get in Bubble. Now let's talk about why is Bubble so awesome and why should you consider using it. First of all, it has full control over UI, databases, and logic. You can create complex workflows without writing a single line of code. It's also scalable, so you can start with an MVP and grow into a full-scale app. Now, if you want to upgrade your plan, then for starter level, you just have to pay $32 per month. And for growth, you'll have to pay around $134 per month, which is best for growing your user base. And if you're using to scale your team and business, then you would need to pay around $39 per month, and you'll be getting all of these features. Now let's talk about the third AI tool on our list, which is Glide. So you can build mobile app in minutes. So just simply click on this link, and yeah. So have you ever imagined how can you turn a Google Sheet into mobile app? And that is what Glide does. So with the help of Glide, you can instantly convert Google Sheets into mobile apps. You'll be getting pre-designed layouts. You don't have to worry about the UI UX, and you'll be also getting progressive web apps so that you can install on any device without the app service. So we'll just click on start for free. Just sign up with your Google account. All right, so this is our app interface, and just click an option, let's suppose online course, and you're building apps for maybe your clients or my work. Let's suppose my clients, and click on continue. So now, as you can see, it will ask you what you want to create. So you can just summarize your idea from here. So I want to create a dating app named Matchwind. All right. You can also define your ideas, your layout. How do you want your layout to be structured? And I'll be just showing you the demo, how it actually works. Now let's see how it creates. All right. So if you want, you can also get prompts from ChatGPT or for any AI tool if you want to. So as you can see, dating app with matchmaking algorithm. So your app is ready. Here's what you can do next. So we'll just click on let's get started. So let's suppose you can start with a basic app or you can start with AI generated. So I'll just click on AI generated and click on get started from here. All right. So as you can see that this is the Matchwind app it has given me, and this is the option, the profile option. How do I want my interface, the UI UX design of my app to be? So these are the profiles directory, and from here you can just simply continue and Glide. So for this, you would actually need to connect a Google Sheet. So Glide will automatically turn your data into an app. So you can start with the data from here. So you can just simply click on maybe you want to connect with Google Sheet, or you want to import a file, or Excel. We have PostgreSQL, SQL Server, MySQL as well. So basically, this particular AI tool is best for small businesses and freelancers who need a quick mobile-friendly apps. So if you want further more extensions, then you would need to actually upgrade it to your paid version. and let's see what is the pricing of this particular AI tool from here. Yeah, so if you want the maker's plan, you would have to pay $49 per month, which includes unlimited personal users, Google Sheet. And then we have business plan, which is $199 per month, which includes 30 users, users with business emails, call APIs, and then we also have enterprise over here. So these are the pricing table for Glide if you want to consider using this particular AI tool. Now let's talk about the fourth AI tool on our list, which is Adalo, which is best for mobile app development. Let's click on this link. Now see, if you want to build a real native mobile app that works on iOS, Android, then Adalo is a perfect go-to choice. So what it does is Adalo lets you build native mobile apps with drag and drop components and even publish them to the App Store and also Google Play. Alright, so here let's suppose I want to build an e-commerce app and I'll just click on continue from here. You can get some e-commerce app data on your first app. So we'll just start with the simple data. So here you have this option to actually, we have this branding options from here, what particular color fonts you want to select. Then we can also connect your database like other AI tools also. Then we have screens option from here that you want to create model details, home list, login, sign up. So you can also customize as per as your requirements. Now let's talk about why is Adalo awesome, because it helps you build mobile apps with native functionality, not just web apps. So it also gives you a fully customizable UI with drag and drop controls, and it helps you to directly publish to app stores. So here, as you can see, it would need some particular time to actually create an app. So it would kind of create in this particular way, as you can see here. These are the list options from here, and these are the list of things which will help you to generate. Now let's talk about the pricing option for this particular AI tool. So we have paid version starting from $36 per month. Then we have professional, which is $52 per month. And then for team, it is around $160. And if you are working for a business, then you have to pay around $200 per month. Now, next on number 5, we have backendless. So the most no-code platform focus on designing the front end. But what about the backend? This is where backendless shine. So what does backendless app really do is backendless gives you full control over the backend of your app, allowing you to manage database, APIs authentication, and real-time messaging, that too without coding. So we'll just click on get started from here. You can sign up with your Google, and if you have your GitHub account, you can also sign up using your GitHub account. So you can create your new app from here, new app for backendless training, new app for flow for running. You have blank new app also. You just have to provide your application name here, your subdomain name, and you'll be just good to get started. So these are the workflow structure which it will give us. All right. So here, as you can see, you have this option, the API keys. So basically, if you want to set up your database, you have to use the visual data model for defining table, fields, and relationship. You can also design your API endpoints automatically, generate REST and GraphQL APIs for your app. You can also add user authentication, enable sign-up, login functionality, and then you can deploy your app backend. Now you can integrate it using other tools like Bubble or Dalo or any front-end builder. So basically, this particular AI tool is good for developers and advanced users who need powerful backend features, that too without coding. Now let's talk about the billing plan. So billing plan, we have $15 per month. We also have scale fixed tier 1 $15 per month, and you can just simply check on the features it allows. So next on our list is QuickBase, which is an enterprise-grade no-code development AI tool. If you need an enterprise-level no-code tool that automates business workflows, then this is your correct option. QuickBase is a platform which is designed for large companies that need secure, scalable, and efficient business application. We'll just click on get a demo from here. So let's suppose the kind of project we are looking for, maybe financial, and we'll just click on next. So let's suppose you can start building using a template app using QuickBase. So if you want to build a project management starter app, we'll just click on let's go and we'll just see how it prepares. So as you can see, this is the project manager home, the interface it has generated for us. So basically, you can import data also, same as you did before. You can create workflows and you can deploy across your team. Let's talk about why QuickBase is actually awesome to use, because it automates business operations like HR, sales, inventory tracking, and it integrates with other enterprise tools like Salesforce and also SAP. It's highly secure and scalable. It is used by Fortune 500 companies as well. Now, this particular QuickBase is best for large businesses and enterprises that need data heavy application. Now, talking about the pricing range, so it's based on the particular business needs. Now, next on the list is Zapier interfaces, which is best for automation first app. So this is the Zapier page. You can turn Zapier workflows into internal tools. You can create visual interfaces like client portals, dashboard to help your team manage automated process all without writing code. What if your app could talk to thousands of other apps and automate everything? And that's what Zapier interfaces does. So this particular AI tool interfaces, this Zapier interfaces will let you build automated app, dashboard, and client portal that integrates with over 5,000 plus tools like Gmail, Slack, and HubSpot as well. So we'll just click on try for free. We also have the pricing option. We'll check that later. So you can just simply sign up and create your account from here and just select, maybe if you're in marketing, you can just select that. Company size, just mention. If you are individual contributor, just select that. And these are the top apps for marketing and marketing ops, which is MailChimp, Facebook Lead Ads, HubSpot, Google Sheets, Notion. So you can just skip this question and you can select apps if you would want to. I'll just skip this question for now. Alright, from here you can also pick up any particular template from here. So we have tables, interfaces, chatbots, the particular app form you want to create. And you can also add automation triggers like define what happens when users submit forms or interact with your app. You can also connect to third-party tools like Google Sheets, Slack, as I told you before. And then you can just go live and automate it. So basically, this particular AI tool is best for business owners and marketers who need automated workflows. So now if you want to upgrade your plan, then let's check at the pricing option. For professional, you would need to pay around 1,782 per month. And for team, it is around 6,000. And for enterprise, you'll just have to contact the sales and just check. So basically, it's best for business owners and marketers who need automated workflows. So now next on our list is Flutterflow plus Firebase, which will help you build native apps without code. So it will build native app fast. Flutterflow will help you build native app quickly. You can add custom code and export code. And you can also build customizable cross-platform app fast. So basically, Flutterflow is a no-code platform built on Google's Flutter framework, making it one of the best tools for building visually stunning cross-platform apps. So you can just click on get started for free from here. Alright, so this is the interface of our Flutterflow and you can just create new if you want to. Alright, so we have got, you can just enter your project name and there are multiple templates from here. You can just select that, suppose meal planner, you can use this sample. So talking about why Flutterflow, let's suppose your project name is, first of all, let's just enter a project name. It's like healthy diet. I'll just show you how you can use a template, okay? So you can use the sample template over here. And yeah, I was talking about why Flutterflow is awesome because it will help build app for iOS, Android, and also web app without even coding. All right. You can also use Firebase for databases, authentication, and analytics. You can export app as clean Flutter code. You can customize if needed. So these are the options from here. You can use that particular template and you can add used elements from here. You can also connect it with data sources from here. You can define workflows and logic on button click, save data to Firebase. And then you can also, set up your Firebase, connect Firebase for user authentication. So basically, this particular tool is best for developers and entrepreneurs who needs cross-platform mobile app. Now let's talk about the pricing for this particular app. So as you can see, for standard we have 900 rupees and 2100 is for the pro version, and for teams you have around, I think, the same amount, 2100. So the next app on our list is VWeb plus Xano, the most scalable no-code stack. So if you're building a serious web app that needs backend scalability, VWeb plus Xano is your perfect combo. So this is the vweb.io. Just simply click on vweb.io and you can just try it for free. Let's talk about the Xano one. So just search xano.io. And this would be the interface. You are redirected. This is used basically for our backend. So what does this application do is that VWeb is a powerful front-end builder for web application. And this Xano one, it is used as backend as a service that lets you create APIs, databases, and logic all without coding. So talking about why this VWeb plus Xano is awesome, because it's fully scalable and it's perfect for SaaS products and large applications. It's you can use VWeb for front-end and Xano for backend logic, enterprise grade security, and API management as well. So to get started, you can just simply click on try it for free here. Now let's talk about the pricing range for this V app application. So yeah, we have 730 rupees per month for essential and pro for growing needs, and partner you would have to pay around 2900 rupees per month. So these are the pricing range for V app, and for backend, let's check for the Xano one. Alright, so to launch, you would have to pay around $85 per month, and scale 1x, you would have to pay around $199 per month. And if you want to create your custom enterprise, then you can just chat with this particular website and they'll just say you. So the last AI tool on our list is the Bravo Studio. Now, if you're a UI UX designer, then Bravo Studio lets you convert Figma and Adobe XD designs into real mobile apps, that too without coding. So this is the interface of this thing. You can just start building it for free. Now, basically, this particular AI tool is best for UI UX designers who want no-code mobile apps. So you can also sign up using Figma, or you can, if you have your Figma account, you can just use that, or you can just already sign up. You can just click on login option. Yeah, so this is the Figma plugin from this Bravo app. So you would actually need to get the Figma plugin, and you can just you can connect your design using the Figma tools, and from here you can just click on create a new app. So while you just click on this option, you would need to actually connect a Bravo sized Figma file, and you would need to install the plugin to connect Adobe XD. Now let's talk about the sample apps. So you have the app templates from here. You can just simply click on any particular template you want to, and these are the functionality options. So if you want to upgrade your plan, then you would have to pay around 90 euros per month, and you would get these particular features over there. Now, if you want to build a web app, then you can use Bubble or VApp plus Xano. Now, if you want to build a mobile app, you can try Adalo or Glide, which is best for that particular purpose. Now, for business purpose, talking about, then you can use QuickBase, Zapier interfaces, or Backendless. And if you're just a beginner, then I think software is the best go-to tool for you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the tutorial on Prompt Library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The Prompt Library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now, before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as the rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response. which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT. GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of like prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. And for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of like things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can. And depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I've told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine-tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fast.
That's a wrap on this full course, guys. If you have any doubts or question, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simpli.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.